Ya, karena ini hari istimewa, ini hari terakhir kita berlomba dan akan melahirkan juara 1, 2, 3, dan 4. Maka kami akan memberikan sedikit apresiasi, oke? Apresiasi untuk kita yang terlibat dalam kegiatan ini. Oke. Nanti ada apresiasi lainnya di acara penutupan. Nanti akan disampaikan oleh pihak yang yang lebih dalam hal ini panitia penyelenggara. Tapi kami sebagai dewan juri merasa perlu memberikan apresiasi untuk adik-adik dan juga bapak guru pendamping yang sangat luar biasa mendukung kegiatan kita 3 hari ini dengan semangat yang tetap sama. Ya, saya sangat mewakili 2 dewan juri yang ada. Kami dari tim dewan juri mengapresiasi adik-adik ya dalam berlomba. Kami melihat semangatnya itu luar biasa, bahkan bukan saja tahun ini ya. Kami sering sampaikan dalam penilaian bahwa kami mengingat yang ikut berlomba dari tahun-tahun sebelumnya dan kami sangat mengapresiasi apa yang ditampilkan saat ini dalam hal peningkatan kualitas ya. Jadi kemarin itu saya ingat, kalau saya lihat dari kemarin ya, ada, kalau saya ingat Bahasa SMA 3 ya. Kemarin waktu turun saya sempat kasih tanda panggil Bahasa dekat dan saya bilang you're good, you're great gitu. Hanya itu yang saya bilang, tidak ada lanjutan. Kenapa saya harus bilang begitu? Karena saya mau menjaga moodnya Bahasa untuk tidak terganggu gitu ya. Dan tapi bukan hanya Bahasa saja. Kalau adik-adik mau pilih dan tanya-tanya, sekolah lain pun saya buat demikian. Bukan cuma saya, 2 teman saya juga demikian. Bahkan kami juga dengan guru pendamping kami sampaikan apresiasi kami, terima kasih karena mendengar masukan yang kami berikan. Tahun ini terlihat luar biasa, gitu ya. Sayangnya saya sampaikan untuk ini kalau yang saya bilang tadi itu bukan pertama kali kami lakukan, tapi ini pertama kali saya sampaikan di depan umum, secara umum begitu. Ya, artinya bahwa kami sangat menjaga kesiapan dan juga mental dari peserta lomba, juga bapak guru pendamping. Jadi kami mengapresiasi segala yang diberikan dalam lomba ini, gitu. Ya, jadi sekali lagi kami sangat berterima kasih karena kami didukung dengan semangat sportivitas yang baik dan yang tinggi, gitu. Ya, jadi pesan saya, adik-adik kalau misalnya adik-adik yang berlomba ya sempat merasa kegelisahan atau ketakutan, itu hal yang istimewa. Yang saya mau garis bawahi di sini, itu hal yang istimewa. Oke, kenapa istimewa? Kalau saya mau analogikan, ketakutan itu seperti batu, ya. Batu itu kalau kita pakai untuk kita buat jadi fondasi, itu kuat sekali gitu, ya. Tapi kalau batu itu kita pakai untuk melempar karena kita takut, maka itu tidak jadinya kuat untuk menyakiti. Nah, maksud saya menggunakan batu untuk menjadi fondasi dalam hal ini, misalnya kita melihat bahwa, aduh saya takut, karena misalnya kemarin itu saya kurang tajam. Nah, saya pakai batu itu sebagai motivasi saya untuk saya mempertajam argumen saya. Saya persiapkan diri saya supaya saya punya fondasi yang kuat, gitu, batu, gitu ya. Tapi kayak saya bilang kan, ketakutan itu sebenarnya istimewa. Tapi kalau kita bisa kemas dalam diam, ya, dan kita keluarkan dalam performa, gitu, pembuktian. Jadi ketika ketakutan kita dikemas dalam diam, tapi yang kita lemparkan adalah performa hasil dari kekuatan yang terdapat dari batu tadi, maka itu menjadi kekuatan yang luar biasa. Jangan dibalik begitu ya, jangan dibalik. Performanya dibungkus yang ditampilkan batu. Dan kita di sini semua, apalagi yang tersisa di 4 sekolah yang akan masuk dalam babak yang paling akhir, tertinggi kalau mau saya bilang, maka ini adalah orang-orang cerdas dengan batu yang sudah dikumpulkan sejak kemarin, jadikan fondasi yang kuat, jangan salah mengemas batu. Terima kasih Ibu Leti, mau sampaikan lagi. Oke, kita akan mulai ya. Silakan Ibu Selvi. Ya, terima kasih banyak Ibu Dewi. Saya mengundang kedua
hari sudah diperkirakan. Jadi dan saya temui ini untuk daftar. Kalau 1 menit baru kita berikan. But it won't work. And it turns to 7.
Bapak Ibu luar biasa senang panitia dan semua yang hadir di rumah ini. Dalam pertemuan ini kita akan mulai kegiatan mulai semuanya sebelum kita mulai rangkaian kegiatan pada pagi hari ini, mari kita duduk bersama, kita tundukkan hati dan kepala untuk kita berdoa dan menenangkan saya untuk memimpin doa ini. Mungkin kita dalam doa dengan ayat saya kita bersama. Mari kita berdoa. Ya Tuhan, Allah Bapa kami yang berada dalam kerajaan surga yang maha mulia, Bapa yang kami sembah di dalam nama Tuhan kami Yesus Kristus, kembali lagi kami menghadap kehadirat Bapa, puji syukur dan terima kasih kami panjatkan karena Tuhan berkenan untuk bersama kami, melindungi kami, menyertai hidup kami sampai dengan pada saat ini. Ya Bapa, pada pagi hari ini kami akan memulai lagi kegiatan lomba debat bahasa Inggris. Kami mohon tuntunan, pimpinan dan penyertaan Tuhan, kiranya apapun yang kami lakukan di dalam kegiatan pada pagi sampai siang hari ini, semuanya boleh berkenan di hadapan hadirat Tuhan untuk kami persembahkan sebagai persembahan yang baik, yang indah, yang menyenangkan hati Tuhan. Tutup bungkus kami Bapa dengan kuasa darah-Mu yang kudus, biarlah kami melakukan semuanya hanya sesuai dengan kehendak Tuhan semata. Terima kasih Bapa, kami menyerahkan semua yang terlibat dalam kegiatan pada pagi hari ini hanya dalam tangan Tuhan. Dalam nama Putra-Mu yang tunggal Tuhan kami Yesus Kristus, kami berdoa dan mengucap syukur. Amin. Baik, adik-adik semua, tadi kita sudah dapat menentukan posisi gabungan dan position, dan sekarang saya akan bacakan motionnya. Jangan khawatir, nanti saya akan berikan juga adik supaya tidak disalah mengerti ya. So the motion for our semifinal today is: this House believes that university admissions should
Ruby as the leader of opposition. We have Miss Linda as the deputy leader of opposition, and we have Mr. Davis as the opposition leader. And the reply speaker is going to be given by Mr. Ruby. We're going to start the debate today under the motion, this House believes that university admission should heavily prioritize admitting students with good experiences related to their course of study. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start, and I'll invite the first speaker from the government team, Miss Asia.
Good morning, honorable adjudicators, timekeeper, LO, member of the hall, my fellow government team, and my beloved opponent team. Today we are debating under the motion, this House believes that university admissions should heavily prioritize admitting students with line experience related to their course of study. I, Keisha, will act as the Prime Minister and will deliver from students' interest and economic point of view. My Deputy Prime Minister will focus on the economic point of view. And the third speaker and the government whip will be given by this one. The reply speech will leave you in no doubt that this House believes that University of Admission should heavily prioritize admitting students with line experience related to their course of study. Before we get further into the motion, I would like to tell you the background of the motion. Background of the motion is the results of the Indonesian Career Center Network, ICCN. Research shows that 87% of students in Indonesia admit that their majors they take in the college year are not suitable with their interests. 87% of students in Indonesia admit that the majors they take in the college year are not suitable with their interests. Also, October 2021, Minister of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, Nadiem Makarim, revealed that 80% of Indonesian students don't work according to their college majors. There are 5 keywords in today's debate: university, admissions, students, experience, and course of study. University means higher level of education after they graduated in senior high school. Admission means the rate of students which get admitted to the university based on SNMPTN and SDMPTN scores. Students means learners that has been graduated from senior high school. Experience means something that student has experienced that is very related to their interest in life that will affect their course of study in university. And last, course of study means college majors. The limitation is only for Indonesia. Honorable adjudicators and audience, therefore, today's debate can be interpreted to mean that this House believes that higher level of education after graduated from senior high school should heavily prioritize admitting learners live experience of life related to their course of study, which we, the government team, government side of the House, wholeheartedly agree to this motion. Let's continue to my argument, because this motion support interests of students that is very correlated to their course of study, that is very much supports the interest of Indonesian youth. And with these motions, we are supporting the interest of youth to study. And in Indonesia, there are 280 or so million Indonesians who are living in this country. And almost 1/3 of this population identifies of being youth according to the Indonesian census. So we are encouraging that many people to study according to their interests. Let's take a look to another worst possibility. The worst situation that will occur, that every single student will not have interest in their studies, will lower the chances into getting into the higher education that will support them in life. Another worst possibility is that students who wrongly choose their majors will affect their work life, and their life will be worse for their own economy and the country's economy to decrease. They will be insecure in their life and they are not contributing any productivity for the nation. So, with the increase of studying in Indonesia, it will increase their experience in life and country's economy to be high. Let me summarize again our arguments. The motion is university admissions should heavily prioritize admitting students with line experience related to their course of study. We have some very credible sources that results of ICCN shows that 87% of students in Indonesia admit that the majors they take in the college year are not suitable. And 80% of Indonesian students don't work according to their majors. We also define the students as learners that has been graduated from the senior high school, and admissions means that the rate of students which get admitted to the university based on SNMPTN and SBMPTN scores. In the course of study is college majors, and the limitation is only for Indonesia. Thus, until this moment, this House strongly support the motion of university admission that should heavily prioritize admitting students with line experience related to their course of study. I rest my case. Thank you.
In response, I would like to call upon the leader of opposition, Mr. Rui.
Good morning. Good morning, the honorable judges, government team, all of my friends from opposition team, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the time that has been given to me to deliver my speech under the motion. This House believes that university admissions should equally prioritize admitting students with life experiences related to their course of study. Before I deliver to my speech, I would like to tell you first an information about my first speech on the opposition team. I, as the first speaker, my name is Ruby Maxiamo Sakasanupa, and people know me by the name Ruby. I'm from SMA KUPANG-NTT. We are all from SMA KUPANG-NTT, and I will tell about the final motion, definition of motion, as well as some arguments. And Speaker 2 will be by Linda, and Speaker 3 will be by Rebecca, and the speech required will be by Sumi. Ladies and gentlemen, this motion does not believe that university admissions should equally prioritize admitting students with life experience related to their course of study. University admissions should not heavily prioritize admitting students with life experience related to their course of study. In nowadays educational, almost all components of education in mix of school and university are prioritized students admitting due to their life experience, which related to their study. In educational, there are two aspects of education which graded before we are to the school or university. Related with the motion, stated that university admission should equally prioritize admitting students with life experience related to their course of study. There are two aspects that are academic and experience of study. Well, first we have to know what motion meant. The motion has been that the students will have lived experience related to the course of study, and our team disagreed with this motion. Because a priority test is only related to the ones who have an experience and is related with their study course. First, I would like to define this motion. What is university? University is a place of academy, which is a higher place of academy. And academic itself is an aspect of education, copying science and lessons and any other schools. The experience itself is a moment perhaps been happened in the past. The students who do to have lived. According to www.indonesian.com, students who do to have the experience, they should have education first. And again, our motion states that it should prioritize our students with lived experience related to their study. Yes, please.
You mentioned the source is Indonesia.com. You mentioned the source is www.indonesia.com. Is that reliable? Can you clarify the reliability of the source? Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback from Speaker 3, Government Sam. The source of Indonesian.com is a reliable source. I would like to continue my speech. It is related with their study first, but they don't have to prioritize that because two aspects of educational, which also called by source, myandzinner.com, that the one who want to enter a university should have an academic competency, and not only prioritizing of only one section. The result of study also states that university admissions should be balanced and not prioritizing of one section. As students of university can choose their major due to academic and university admissions should not only prioritize affiliate students with their life experience related to their course of study, but by the majors of choosing of students. By our arguments of Speaker 1, with this motion, this House believes that university admissions should equally prioritize affiliating students with life experience related to their course of study should fall. Thank you.
The speaker spoke for 5 minutes and 38 seconds. Now I would like to call the next speaker from the government team. Please welcome Ms. Salter.
Good morning to the honorable educator, the moderator, the opposition team, our colleagues of the government team, and all of the audiences. My name is Humayang Somajawas, and I will be acting as the second speaker of the government team today, supporting the motion we are going to debate today, which is this House believes that university admissions should heavily prioritize admitting students with lived experiences related to their course of study. But before I go further into my arguments, I would like to do several points of rebuttal for the opposition team. The first speaker of the opposition team has tried to explain and has stated that the lived experience here means that not all of students have experience. Well, in fact, school itself, from the elementary school to senior high school before getting into a higher level of education, which is university, the school provides general knowledge subjects from mathematics into all 15 subjects, and from the school providing 15 subjects to students, 15 subjects in senior high school and other from elementary school, it means that the school itself has provided the students to search their potential, their passion, their interests, their talents, and to provide the students into knowing what they are good at it, that leads them into searching lived experience. Now, I will continue with my arguments. Now, seeing from the urgency, the admissions is totally depend on SNMPTN or SBMPTN score that doesn't have any correlation with the student's experience related to their course of study. This has been stated in my first speaker, Asia. Also, the depend score on SNMPTN or SBMPTN, it leads to another problems, that is the mechanism of motion that has been stated before. The fact that 87% of students are in their course of study or in majors that is not incompatible with their interests or their lived experiences. This is the source from ICCN. I will continue, and a source from Nadi Makarin, which is the Ministry of Education. He revealed the fact that 80% of students don't work, workers don't work according to the majors they have taken in the university. Now, let's see from the economic point of view. What is the impact to the economy? Now, if we're talking about possibilities here, now if at university admission should not heavily prioritize admitting students with lived experiences, which means their interests, their talents, it means that it will lead, what I have stated before, those who don't work according to their majors, that this will cause what is called as the job education mismatch in the economic point of view. Now, 2019 research Vietnam shows that disorganized educational backgrounds impact on the outcome of productivity, causing the workers to have low income and underpaid. Another social problem that is caused by this event is unemployment, poverty that will eventually impacts on the health quality and also low level productivity and underpaid. Now, if we're talking about possibilities here, if low labor productivity happens, then it will affect the low Indonesian GDP per capita that eventually impact on social welfare and standard living in Indonesia will eventually decline. Now, so far, is there any points of interruption? Okay, then I will continue with my arguments. Next, we have from educational point of view. Before getting into a higher level of education, which is university level, and before deciding to reject the motion today, we have to look at the system in high schools. Which means in senior high schools, limitations. Now, the educational system in senior high school tend to develop knowledge on early age and bring this focus on higher education and So instead of providing the students take subjects according to their lived experience, the senior high school system tend to develop knowledge, and there are several exams that is needed to be taken before having the opportunity to decide to what majors or course of study that the students is going to take in the university level. Now, this will cost a lot of time taken from the school that students lost its opportunity to deepening the decision to take in the university level. Now, in conclusion, innovation in the aspect of educational both in university and senior high school level is needed in order to be able to fix the Indonesian curriculum both in senior high school and in university level. Now, taking the example of China, which has the highest score of PISA, that they focus on the big two subject, which is Mandarin and mathematics. 60% of the time they spend the time 60% learning the big two, and others they learn social interactions between human and nature, morals, art, and music. And also, however, the human resources are very high quality. So therefore, as the part of the government team, I would like to say that this House believes that this motion should not fall, and the government team are very firm that this House believes that university admissions should heavily prioritize admitting students with experiences related to their course of study. I rest my case. Thank you.
2 minutes and 6 seconds. And now I would like to call on the next speaker from the opposition team. Please welcome Ms. Gina.
Good morning, the honorable judges, the government team, and all of the ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the chance that given to me. My name is Cecilia Elena as the second speaker of the opposition team. Firstly, I want to give a rebuttal from the second speaker of the government team. You say that some of the students already have their life experience in senior high school. I want to rebuttal it. You say we can't only see at one point of view, because that like what you have already said before, that life experience, that all of the students already have that in a life experience education, such as when you say that we as a senior high school students already have the life experience, it means that we do have life experience, but in educational, not in a practice. I mean, like when you do some practice, it means like in the university, we have to do some practice. Like I want to mention one of the practice, like you already mentioned, we already have the life experience in the senior high school. It means that, like I already said before, that we have the life experience in education. But if you want to implementation that in the university, we have to do a study again to have that life experience. So I will continue delivering my argument. Under the motion, this House believes that university admissions should heavily prioritize admitting students with life experience related to their course of study. So most universities in Indonesia admitting students based on the academic subject, not from the life experience. Because when someone enters the university, not the life experience that will be looked by the university, but the academic skill. And why the university must look to the academic skill? Because the first one, when we just have life experience with an academic or study about something that we want to do, we can't do that nicely or perfectly. And the second one, we must have the study first to have the life experience, because we have to understand about that something that we want to make about the subject that will be given. Because we have to understand well about the subject that will be given, and it can make us to have the life experience in the future.
Your ideas?
Yes, please.
Are you doubting the importance of the education we take in senior high school?
Thank you for your PLI. Your PLI will be answered by the third speaker of our team. Thank you. I will continue delivering my speech. As I already said before that the thing that we have to understand well about the subject that will be given, it can make us to have the life experience in the future. And the third one is, Most of the senior high school is learned about the study first, not the life experience. And after the study, they will apply the studies in the life experience in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, it is rare to find students that have a life experience before entering the university. As I already said before that, if someone wants to enter the university, that they already study about the material that already given in the senior high school, they will do that study in the university in the future, and they will implementation that study to have the life experience in the university. So our team believe that the university shouldn't heavily prioritize admitting students with a life experience that relate to the course of study. And our team strongly disagree with this motion that this house believes that university admissions should heavily prioritize admitting students with life experience related to their course of study should fall. That's all. Thank you.
The speakers in 4 minutes and 53 seconds. Now I'd like to call the next speaker from the government team. Please welcome Mr. Deswan.
Yes. Hello? Hello? Alright. Good morning everyone in this room and everyone who's watching on the YouTube live stream. I am here from the government team as the government whip. My name is Deswara Angkaikus Asan with my two friends from the government team. We are debating with the opposition team from SMA Giovanni KUPANG. And I'm here to debate under the motion that this house believes that the university admissions should heavily prioritize admitting students with lived experiences related to their course of study. So first, let me clarify the urgency that we are having in this motion. Firstly, as my first and second speaker has stated, that 87% of Indonesian university students has not admitted to their correct majors in college, and 80% of those students don't work according to their majors taken in college. That is very critical to this nation's stability and economic power. Indonesia is one of the rising economy of Asia and in the whole wide world. With this motion, we are heavily prioritizing students with lived experience related to course of study to boost their educational level in the higher levels of study, such as university. This motion will cause, by supporting this motion, will cause a revolution in Indonesia's education level, such as the theme of this event has stated. Now, let me clarify what my second speaker has said about the Chinese PISA level scores of education. PISA level scores is measuring the educational level of each student in China. And as we know, China is the second largest economy in the world with over 1.2 billion population. And Indonesia has 280 million or so population in the world, with 1/3 of it being youth. And with this motion, we are supporting that 1/3 of 280 million students to study according to the lived experience of course and study. With lived experience related to their course of study, this will boost their education level and interest in education, because we work well when we are working with our talents, aspirations, and everything else that we are interested in. Without interest in education, we will not be as far in life because we are not interested in it. I would rather just work in a desk job than having to work somewhere where I'm not interested in. Now, to clarify, my second speaker has said that with higher levels of education, Indonesia will experience more economic growth, GDP, and social welfare, as well as social economic stability of the people of Indonesia. This will create a higher standard of living for Indonesians. And with high standards of living, Indonesians should be able to live without worry of their health, their security, their nation's stability. And with those higher levels of education, we will create a more stable nation and a stronger nation in the whole wide world scene. Education is one of the most important things that us as students have to learn. And with this motion, we're supporting the interest of us to study in the higher levels of education, such as universities. With these higher levels of interest, we'll boost our experiences in life. Do you know that education in senior high school also counts as lived experiences? Now, there are two aspects that you mentioned: is academy and experience. Yes, academy for senior high school has been fulfilled because it is academy. And experience can mean a lot of things. You didn't specify which experience that you are meaning to say, which confuses us to what to say because you didn't specify what kind of experience you are meaning to say in your points. To clarify my second speaker's points again, this economy is job education mismatch, which will lead to unemployment, poverty, and social welfare will decline. That's the worst case scenario with this nation. I do not want to see this nation in collapse just because our students doesn't want to study, leaving them with a state of mess in their head because they don't know what to study. They don't know how the world works with experience from the university admission. With unemployment, poverty, and social welfare, this nation will decline. This nation will not be stable, and this nation will collapse. Next is according to, let's take a sample of China, which is, according to PISA, is the most higher education nation in the world, and they are the second largest economy in the world. Chinese students mean that they are way smarter and they are way more educated than Indonesian students. This is the urgency of this motion. If we do not change something in the current system, then Indonesia will stay behind the world, will stay behind China, and China will rule over Indonesia, which we do not want. Indonesia is built on independence. Indonesia has liberated itself from Dutch occupation and Japanese occupation to live independently. If we are willing to fall behind the world with our lower standards of education, then Indonesia will fall. I rest my case. Thank you.
For 5 minutes and 52 seconds. I'm gonna call on the next speaker from the opposition team. Let's hear from Mr. Debat.
Good morning, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, and the government team. My name is Kota from the Debat and KUPANG, and I'm going to talk about the motion. We, as the opposite team, disagree with the motion that we all believe that the university admission should heavily prioritize many students with lived experience related to their course of study. But firstly, pardon me, I didn't hear your POI clearly, so can you repeat your POI, please?
Can you explain why senior high school education is not important?
Can you repeat it?
Can you explain why senior high school education is not important? According to you.
According to me, why the senior high school education is not important? Because in high school we didn't study as much as the major in college, and we didn't study as much in college. And in high school we study for most of the lessons, not in just one, but in university you study in one major. That's my answer. Okay, I will continue my argument. University admission should not prioritize admitting students with lived experience related to their course of study. Instead, the university admission should also admit the student who also doesn't have a lived experience related to their course of study. Students have to do their course first and then go to their lived experience. And the university should also prioritize students that have no lived experience. Because the reason students go to university is to do their course of study, so they can work in the future and already have an academic skill to do their work. I will give you an example of why this motion should fall. Okay, students go to university to study the making. The example that I'm going to say right now is major on atomic bomb. Students go to university to study the making of atomic bomb. Okay, before students go to university, they go to high school first, right? There is rare to find high schools that have crystals for making an atomic bomb. And students go to university to study about making atomic bomb with a lived experience, because I believe that there is no high school curriculum that study about the making of atomic bomb, right? And I believe most of the students in high school didn't have lived experience to make an atomic bomb, and then high school students that want to study atomic bomb go to university so they can study about it. And the second speaker already said that university must look through the academic skill, because the first one, when we just have the lived experience with an academic study about something that we want to do, we can't do that nicely. We must have to study first to have the lived experience, because we have to understand well what subject that will be given, and it can make us have the lived experience. And back to my argument, it's rare to find high school students that have a lived experience, because high school go to university, they completed their high school first, and most of the high school students that go to college did not have lived experience.
Go ahead, please.
Yes.
Do you have any source supporting that statement?
Okay. I will answer your at the end of my argument. Thank you. Okay, I will go back to my argument. I believe that the university admission should not prioritize the students that have lived experience, because most of the university students didn't have this lived experience will be felt out, and it leads to stress and the high rate of dropout. And the high rate of dropout will make the country collapse, because there's so many dropouts and it will lead to the country collapse. Okay, I will answer your QI. Can you repeat it please one more time? Sorry.
The sources for your statements.
Oh, the source of my statements. I believe that there are many major in college that study about things that we don't study in high school.
Is there any concrete sources?
Okay, thank you for your QI, and I believe that that's all of our argument, and the motion that the House believes that university admission should heavily prioritize admitting students with lived experience related to their course of study should fall. Thank you.
Now I would like to call upon the first speaker from the opposition team, who's welcome Mr. Ruby.
Thank you for this opportunity to meet as a speech require here to reply my opposition to speech from the first speaker to the third speaker. And I would like to reply the first speaker speaks first, and as what the first speaker has explained, that the prime portions of this House believe that university admissions should give prioritize admitting students with lived experience to their course of study, and given the conditions of these motions, which universities have, the university is a higher pace of rate of educational, academic itself is an aspect of education that covering science and lessons and experience, which is enrollment where has been happened in the past. And also the first speaker has status quo with now that nowadays educational almost a component of education and needs of school and university are prioritized which related to their study, and in educational there are two aspects of education which created before we are in the school or university, and related with the motions that say that university admissions should legally prioritize admitting students with lived experience related to their course of study. There are two aspects that are academic experience that I have explained before. Academic experience of study that I have explained before means, also speaker 1 six arguments according to the Debat source by www.indonesia.com, and the speaker 2 also shaped the most of the university in Indonesia academic students based on the academic subject and not from the lived experience, because when someone mentioned the university, not the lived experience that will be lived by university, but the academic subject. Here our teams means when we will look by university, the academic skill is also a skill, which is soft skill and hard skill in studying at school, in addition with experience educational. And why university must improve academic skill? Because the first one, when we just have to live experience with an academic or study about something that we want to do, and we cannot do that easily. And the second one, we must have to study first to have the lived experiences, because we have to understand well about the subject that will be needed and can make us have the lived experience in university. And also the third speaker, from our speech, from our opposition team, that university admission should prioritize students with lived experiences related to their course of study. Instead, the university admissions should also admit the students who is also doesn't have lived experiences related to their course of study. And students have to do their course of study first and then go to their lived experiences. And the university should prioritize students with academic because students go to university to do the course of study, so they can work in the future and already have an academic skill and also lived experiences related with their course of study. And from my reply speech, also we gave the data from www.indonesia.com and our arguments from any of source that has told before. Our team, I believe that this House believes that university admissions should heavily prioritize admitting students with lived experience related to their course of study should follow. Thank you.
Now I would like 4 minutes and 4 seconds. I would like to call on the next speaker from the government team. Please welcome Ms. Salman.
Good morning to the honorable adjudicator, the moderator, the opposition team, our colleagues as the government team, and all of the audiences. My name is Sumaira Salmajawas, and I will be acting as the reply speaker of the government team today. We'll be delivering some statements on why this team should win this debate today. First of all, the first speaker of the opposition team revealed statement from unreliable and low credibility sources. Therefore, their arguments are very much in question. While us, as the government team, we provided sources from PISA, Ministry of Education, ICCN, and 2019 research in Vietnam. Therefore, there is no questions about the credibility of our arguments. Next, the government team, our team, paid more attention to the urgency of the motion, meaning, as the government team, we support universities to admit students heavily prioritized in order to solve several problems in the aspect of education, economical, and social aspects, such as unemployment, poverty, health quality, low labor productivity, underpaid, low Indonesian GDP per capita, social welfare, and standard living in Indonesia that will eventually decline. Also, as a second speaker, while delivering my arguments, there is no point of interruptions from the opposition team, meaning they actually agreed with what I have stated, which is my arguments. It means that they are actually in our team. And don't mention that I gave them the opportunity to do POI, but in the end they didn't give any. Also, the third speaker, as the opposition team, used himself as a source, but not proving why he is a credible source. Now, in conclusion, the opposition team is actually in our side. Therefore, meaning they have supported us in our arguments. And in conclusion, this is why the reasons that we should, as the government team, we should win this debate today. And until this moment, this House strongly believes that university admissions should heavily prioritize admitting students with lived experience related to their course of study. I rest in my case. Thank you.
The speaker spoke for 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Well, we've come to an end of the round of debate. Now, I would like to welcome our honorable judges to give their feedback.
Good morning. Before I deliver my adjudications, I would like to ask the audience to keep silent. Saya mohon kerjasama Bapak Ibu dan adik-adik untuk tenang, karena kita masih berlomba mengenang, ya. Terima kasih. Okay, now I'd like to deliver my further adjudication in terms of manner, method, and method. So I would like to highlight some of the arguments. So for the government side of the House, I heard some essential arguments that you come up with the data, what is wrong with the current system. You mentioned the silencing and everything. That's a very good start. And you also mentioned some of the impacts in the work life and also in the economic point of view, about employment and everything. However, when you mentioned about the impact, I think there is a kind of jumping conclusions. You need to mention in detail how the impact will be and what is the impact. And also, actually, you need to first highlight why is it necessary for having your arguments. So, in terms of method and manner, I think for the POI and the structures of the debates, I think for both areas. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Jenny. And let me thank you for both the team and also congratulations for both teams. Each of you for being here for this round. This is something hard. So you have to be proud of yourself. Each of you, okay? So I also want to say thank you for both teams for providing such a great debate in such economic situations. You can focus on delivering the agreements and focus on taking back the arguments of the other sides. That's very great for you. Okay? I must say that I was impressed by the quality of the performance of this debate of this round. So guys, well, I understand each one of you, the arguments were well structured and clear, okay? And the speakers in the critical evidences, you did a good job in defending the positions, okay? And just like this lady said, please be careful in understanding the other team's ideas or points in their arguments. So you can hit the arguments, you can handle that point appropriately. Yeah, but you also have to demonstrate the logic behind each arguments. But overall, you're great overall team. So thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations to both teams for performing such a great debate for all of us to see. I am going to add one more thing only. This is the thing that I found as the difference between both teams. Well, actually, if you manage to balance the thing that I would like to say, that would be great. Now, what I saw from the government side of the house is that you provided a lot of data, but your argument, they were pretty good, but they were not that strong. And well, actually you have much strong data. So in the near future, you probably would like to explore more your data, give further information, further explanation about your argument based on the data that you have provided. That would be something great. While on the other hand, for the opposition side of the house, you did not really have as much data as what the government side of the house had, but you could provide quite interesting arguments. Now, if you could balance it by giving more data to support your argument, that would be great. First group, they could explain what you really need to go further beyond the information, and then you need more data that they have. They need to learn from you about you need more arguments. So both teams can learn each other, which is what they will. Thank you very much for having such a great
Thanks for all the debaters tonight. And let's go to the next round. And thanks for the audiences for the time that you participated in this debate. Thank you.
masuk ke babak final. Ya, antara SMA Negeri 3 Kupang. Dengan SMA Negeri 1 Kupang. Ya, kami semua memakai tutur yang kami hormati dan teman-teman yang lain yang ada di tempat lain. Sebelum kita mulai lomba debat babak final, kami tahu kami sangat paham bahwa kepribadiannya berbeda biasanya. Semangat, support dan segala macam yang terkait dengan keinginan kita untuk mendukung tim kita pasti akan luar biasa. Namun kami sangat berharap juga bahwa kita semua bisa menjaga keadaan di dalam ruangan ini. Kalau kita ingin kegiatan ini berlangsung dengan baik, berjalan dengan lancar, sekiranya kita bisa menahan diri untuk tidak melakukan hal-hal yang membuat lomba debat ini terganggu. Seperti misalnya, mungkin kita merasa senang, merasa puas dengan argumen yang disampaikan oleh teman-teman kita yang berada di podium nanti, tapi sekiranya kita memang juga hati sebentar, ya, jangan sampai mengganggu jalannya lomba dengan suara-suara yang mungkin satu orang hanya merasa berbisik terhadap kawan di saat itu, tapi mungkin dari depan sampai belakang semua berbisik sehingga menghasilkan suara yang besar pada akhirnya, dan akhirnya menutup suara yang kami harus dengar seharusnya. Ya, jadi kalau misalnya ada dari kita yang kebetulan berada dalam ruangan ini merasa tidak cukup puas mungkin untuk meluapkan kegembiraannya, bisa teman-teman mengambil tempat. Mungkin Okay, so the motion for the final round, so we're going to give you later the motion. The motion is this House would ban all communication technology companies such as Google, Facebook, WhatsApp, etc. from encouraging users
the materials and information. Attention please, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, participants and audiences. We are going to start the final round of the debate contest. Under the motion, this House would ban all communications technology companies such as Google, Apple, Facebook, WhatsApp, etc. from encrypting their users' data, including the contents of their communications in such a way that the company cannot retrieve that data even under a court order. We're going to start this off, and I would like to call, before that, let me introduce the participants of this round. From the government team, we have SMA Inggris, the Prime Minister of the government team, we have Mr. Radit, the Deputy Prime Minister of the government team, we have Mr. Alpha, and the government whip, we have Mr. Philip. And the reply speaker will be given by Mr. Alpha. And from the opposition team, we have SMA. We have the first speaker, the leader of opposition, Ms. Epifania. The deputy leader of the opposition, Ms. Giselle. And the opposition whip, we have Mr. Babs. The reply speaker will be given by Ms. Epifania. Without any further ado, the debate, and I'm gonna call upon the first speaker from the government team. Let's welcome Mr. Radit.
Oh, what's up? Check. Check. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Tell us, what do you want to care about on your own privacy rather than the justification or the justice on the court case? First of all, we need to know what's the definition behind our motion. We need to know that what's banning in our case and what the encryption means in our case. First of all, we want to give the definition of the ban. We, as the government, we want to ban by using policies inside of our country to know that what's the better way to give a better conclusion on the court case and etc. And what's the encryption is going to do? What's the encryption definition? First of all, encryption is a way for data to be changed to another random data or bigger data with a lot of random things inside of it that only can be opened or be described by a lot of people. Say it can be opened by some or even only one person to go, and we know that it's really secure and it's going to be really bad for them. And how do we know that it's really bad? I will tell you on my argument. First of all, we need to know what's the background of this motion. Because there's a lot of difficulty inside of our court case in the past few years. What's the bad thing or why it's really bad? First of all, because this encryption could be really bad because a lot of people or the courts or a lot of the detectives trying to open a lot of the cases or a lot of the proof, it's going to be really difficult for them because we know that if they're trying to open this encrypted data, only a few people know the encrypted data or the password of the data itself. And it's really going to be really bad for the court case or the people that try to open this data because they know they are going to have big difficulty or have a lot of difficulty trying to open or giving the proof for this case or these things that are going to happen inside of the court itself. Going to our status quo and what's the urgency of it? we believe as the government this is a really urgent topic. First of all, because because we know that a lot of years, there's already a lot of cases with the social media point. First of all, because a lot of cases on social media such as WhatsApp, Telegram, and etc., there's a lot of cases that are happening inside of their own social media. What's the one example of this social media, the problem or the case? First of all, the Telegram case. When Telegram is still new, there's one case that could already been opened. First of all, the terrorism act inside of this on Telegram app itself. What's the terrorism act inside of this Telegram would be really bad for the Telegram itself or a lot of people. Because if they try to communicate with their own people inside of Telegram, they know that they want to talk about something inside of this own app. They want to make something or a plan to terrorize a lot of people with this own app. Because that if they try to continue to use this app, or if the social media company using this app doesn't want to open this to a court case, or they doesn't want to output this data from their own self, we know that we as a government, we really bad for us because we don't have the proof if we try to open this on court, because we know that the terrorism already happened. But if we don't have the data or the proof that we need to have, we really bad for us, we do a lot of bad for people, because we know that it will kill a lot of people. So going to our team line, me as the first speaker, I will give the social mechanism and what's the benefit or exclusivity in our side. My second speaker will give the why encryption principally are justified in their own case, and and the comparative of this own case. My third speaker will give the best for scenario and the question itself. Before going to my argument, I will give the solution and mechanism and how we're going to do it and how we're going to implement the banning with our own self. We as the government, we want to ban by using policies. First of all, what's the policy and how the policy is going to work? We as the government, we want to make the tech companies comply to us by making if they want to work or continue their business, multi-billion-dollar business inside our country, we will ban them if they don't want to comply. Why? Because if they don't want to comply, there's a lot of things happening inside of their own case or inside of their own application. We know that if we as a government, we can 100% make sure that it will be beneficial for us and it will be beneficial for our people. First of all, how do we guarantee the safety of this data or the safety of their own users or our own clients? First of all, we want to make a server room, a new server room inside of our country for their own business or their own application or their social media company. How do we know that it's going to be good for us and not going to be really bad for our people? And the other thing is that the things that we're going to do is we're going to make a specialized team consist of the best of the best IT guys or girls in our case. First of all, how do we know that if these IT people are going to be really good for us? First of all, we're going to test them by a lot of ways. And how they know this, how will they know this case, and second, how will they go with the case, and how we're gonna trust them inside of going to our team, and how do we want to make sure that this data won't get leaked, and how do we make sure that this data won't get leaked, or the safety of this data itself. First of all, the first thing that we try to do is this: we classify only on court cases, or what we gonna give the proof to our court cases, and what's the bad and what's the good. And how do we know that what if the data got leaked? First of all, if the data got leaked by as little as possible inside of our own system or our own team, we will give them sanction, or we will be one sanction. First of all, how do one sanction going to be work? We're going to have one sanction is that if they do this again, or they leak some data again as little as possible, we will try to make a new team without them ever going to go inside our team, even though they try to give it and they try to apologize to us. Because you know that if the first time they already lost, and the first time they ruin our trust, we won't trust them again and again, even though they're bad for us. And it's going to be really good for us, because if you know that if we try to complement this only with their own team, it's going to be really good for us. And why? And the other thing is that they're going to know that we have the new trust, and we still have the trust by a lot of people, and still have the trust by technology company and our country. So what's the main thing why it's bad for the tech company itself? First of all, because we know that a lot of tech company is a multi-billion-dollar company. If they get banned by our government, it's going to be bad for them and their own users. Why is going to be really bad for their users? First of all, if they try to use WhatsApp or Instagram, trying to use this app again, but if it's already banned in our country, they won't be using this. They won't be using this application in a long term or the closer. We know that it's really good for them because they lost a lot of their own users and they lost a lot of money inside of this technology company itself. and what's the benefit that we can take if we try to come up with this banning inside of country. First of all, it's easier for our own court case. How it's going to be easier for our court case? First of all, if we try to do this inside of our court, it will be really beneficial for us because we know that the court case will know what's the real thing and what's happening inside of their own application or the technology company. Second of all, it's going to help our people in the pre-case and the post-case. For the post-case, first of all, it's easier that it's going to be really good for us because it will help a lot of people, and it's going to be really good for them because they know that it can before they go into another place. And the posting, and lastly, we can know what's happening inside of the thing that could happen inside of their own case, and what's going to be for us and for them. That's actually this point really propose this motion. Thank you.
The speaker will go for 7 minutes, 39 seconds. I'd like to welcome from the opposition team, first speaker, please welcome Ms. Epifania.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Epifania, standing here as the first speaker from the opposition team. Will provide you some explanation and argument about the motions today. This House will not ban all communications technology companies such as Google, Facebook, WhatsApp, etc. from encrypting their users' data, including the content of their communications, in such a way that the company cannot retrieve the data even under a rogue order. But before we go into our argument, I have to point out some rebuttal to this government team. They cannot balance what these technology companies can impact a big part on our life. They're just keeping to give us solutions how they keep this data from the users' data. Moving back to our background and also the argument, communication technology company is a company that provides social interactions through the internet. As we know, our life cannot be separated from the technology can be separated from our life. It takes a lot of part and big part in our life from all aspects of the life. And be strongly supported by the current conditions that become more advanced in the advance of technology and online condition. That communication technologies is one of the internal factors. According to socialfocus.com, 74% people use Facebook and also 54% people use Instagram, and for Google it's 68% people use Google. Without we provide this strongly and clearly data, you also for sure, all of you is know and clearly state that the usage of communication technology is in the high number of users. As the first speaker, we provide you about how this communication technologies impact in business, and my second speaker will provide you about how the impact in education, social interactions, and also social interactions, and also etc. of what she will go to the explanations. The first one is about the business. Now on, we know that business become one of the income for people in the data itself. According to the BBC News, it's on the 74 to 80%. For example, when you look for the product that you're looking for in Google, you may just see the image of the picture of that product that you want to looking for. But when you go to Instagram or Facebook or TikTok, they have a feature which is Instagram show, Facebook Market, and also TikTok show that in the future we are not just only see the images or only the picture of that product that we want to looking for, or we want to find, but that's also provide the price of the product in the way of what the feature is can give the big impact on the sellers and the customers is the customers it will make an easily way to the customers to find what they want to find, and also help the sellers to promote the product and get the attentions for the customers, because they have the good promotions with the eye-catching proposal and also eye-catching product. And also the customers may even know the product is available, and this will have a impact on stopping our small business startup, as they like to have a space to promote their product, even though their product is also guaranteed for the authentic products and also from the originally products. And here we provide you about the solutions, how to keep the data of the users itself. we will enable of our users to be able to hide the data they have explored by the new feature that we will apply on each settings of communication technology, and the name of that feature data is data touch. This feature will be available to on our device settings. If you want to keep it privacy, then it will be. I will tell you how the step you can activate that features. The first one is you can go to the setting of the communication technology itself, and that you want to use it, you can go to application management. In that you can turn on or turn off the feature if you don't want your data to be recognized by the company. Moreover, your data is only known by the server. Even the server or the employees or the employees in that companies will not know all of your data because and if you wonder about the content that apply in social media, you don't have to worry about it, because in social media there's a great source of in communication technology. There's a great source of communications and how the communication technology is connecting people in how such as they go to the communication technology in such a way of mind. The first one is more than 70 million people post everything in communication technology in order to earn money and also awareness for motor neuron disease, and is more commonly known in the United Kingdom. Having raised more than 100 million has been held as the most. And also, communication technology is not all bad as you think. You are probably had stories about how can communication technology releases some people after natural disasters of raising millions of dollars already. Even at a more basic level, it's being used by country's parents and or grandparents to keep track of their children and grandchildren as they go traveling and also are head of the college. And also hurricane help in the aftermath of hurricane help. Unlike this communication technology, separated in the rush to schedule or evacuate from the flood waters and sent to help the where it's needed. And pictures of missing family members have been shared and retweeted on that communication technology. And someone gives a sad news that a lot of one did not surface, it will be on the communication technology. And Twitter users use the platform to tell the reasons where to find victims. And we believe that social networking is also the cause of relationship and around the world, but it's also gives the attention. It can also help to bring them to the end of what they desire to be or what they desire to looking for. And that's all from my arguments about business and also how the solution that we have been provided is not only keep the privacy of the user's data, but also we can provide you how this technology company have a big impact in our life. It's strongly enough to make us have the upper hand to win this debate. With the motions today, this House will not ban all communication technology companies such as Google, Facebook, WhatsApp, and etc. from encrypting their users' data, including the content of their communications, in such a way that the company cannot retrieve that the data even under a wrong data. Thank you.
For your preference, just stand up and raise your hand without noting the table, because it will really disturb me when I speak. And also for the timekeeper, if I overtime, just press the bell without cutting speech, because you without further ado, I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to win, we push the burden to side opposition. Why it is worth it to sacrifice the victim in court that need proof, because opposition want to protect their privacy, right? And my question would be,
our privacy still happen under our side of the house? Yes. If we can prove to you that privacy still happen under our side of the house, we win this debate. Before going to my several response or rebuttal to your very inexclusive case, one point of clarification. Look, they say we really need tech in our life, and social media has become a part of our life, right? But we see that is not the burden that opposition have to prove, but the burden that opposition have to prove. That is why they want to change the status quo, why they want to change the status quo right now, right? Before going to my rebuttal, I'm going to address three things in my speech. That is, firstly, why encryption is principally unjustified, and the secondly, and comparative, which side is better, and I will explain my observation later. Going to the rebuttal first. First point, they talking about the feature in Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp. We say that it is a fun case that came from Teams Month, right? Because of what? Because it's not relevant. Why? Because they never told you about the data encryption, right? And second point, they talking about the product in social media right now, right? But panels realize that this motion is about the data encryption, not about e-commerce, Shopee, or Tokopedia, for example, right? So we say it is not relevant at all. Going to my third point of rebuttal, they told you that they want to keep the data, right? They want to protect the user's data, right? But my question would be, how the data can be used in the core panels if they want to still protect the privacy? But my question would be, are privacy still happening on our side of the house? Yes. And fourth point of rebuttal, regarding to our statement or argument regarding encryption and victim point of view, there is no response at all that came from side opposition. It shows you how not capable they are to understand this motion about the data encryption, right? Going to my first point of extension, that is why encryption is principally unjustified. First observation regarding why ban the current system of the data encryption is really urgent, right? We say it is really urgent because of what? For example, someone that is suspected to do a drug seller used WhatsApp as a communication media for selling the drugs. In the court, the judge want to find out an evidence, but the judge can find out the evidence because the current system about the data encryption. Right? We say it will be much worse under side opposition. Why? Because they sacrifice the most important actor in this debate. There is many people, right? Imagine that many people can order in drugs again, and again, right? It shows you that it will be much better under side proposition. Why? Because we are the one who provide the evidence to the judge. It shows you that we are the one who help the judge to get the proof. Not just that, but panels. Imagine there are terrorists that use WhatsApp as a platform, that they use WhatsApp for the platform to tell their plan for their terrorist friends for communication, right? The moment that they want to plan for a bomb, for example, we say if we want to ban the current data encryption system, exactly we are the one who save people's life, because we still protect the privacy, but the government itself can loop the communication or can loop the chat in a WhatsApp, right? And it shows you that side opposition sacrificed so many lives that really proves this, right? Because they never told you why it is worth it to sacrifice so many people's life compared to the privacy, right? Even though we already told you that privacy still happen in the other side of the house. So we say they cannot win because their case is not exclusive at all. But before going to my second point of argument, I'll take any QI. Going once, going twice, going thrice. Okay, no QI. I assume they agree. Second point of argument, which side is better? First observation, which side is better in managing investigation? Look, under side opposition, these kind of things can happen. Because of what? Because the encryption still exists, right? It shows you the investigation will be much worse under side opposition. What's the comparative to our side of the house? Under our side of the house, we are the one who help the investigation and protect the victim, because the court or the judge can have access to see the chat or data in WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, and etc. and so on and so forth, right? Second observation regarding privacy, right? If opposition wants to argue about privacy, we say, my question would be, are privacy still happening under our side of the house? Yes. that still happen because our mechanism, we as the government still provide a server to protect the data, that the server can be accessed by the tech company, the users, and the government, right? Because of what? Because the current status quo, there is the data encryption, just can be accessed by the tech company and the users. We say it will be really hard and poor because of what? Because the moment that government need data, that if the tech company don't want to give the data and the users or the suspected to be the sacrifice human life that can become victim of terrorism, right? For example, why it is worth it to indirectly kill some to protect privacy, even though the privacy still happen under our side of the house. With an exclusive case that came from side opposition, they cannot win this debate, right? Their best and then move to their best case scenario would be they protect privacy, right? But sacrifice people's life. They sacrifice the victim's life without care about the pain that the victim feel. That means they never put a point of view of the victim, because from their argument they never put the point of view of the victim. They just told you about the tech company, right? It shows you how capitalist side opposition that they just protect the tech company without protect the marginalized community or that is the victim itself in the court, right? And also compared to our side of the house, our best case scenario would be we still protect the data or protect the privacy, but we still provide data in court because the government can access the server that we say that we want to make in our solution and mechanism, right? Because we are the one who protect marginalized community, we should win this debate. Thank you.
The speaker spoke for 7 minutes and 22 seconds. We'll move on to the next speaker. I would like to call one from the opposition team, Ms. Giza.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, our honorable judges, and our counselor. I am Giza, the speaker of the opposite team. I would like to bring a rebuttal towards the second speaker of the government team. They talked about the data encryption. Well, if you know that the data that is only can be found under the tech company's servers, as we all know that their employees are not able to access our data inside, and if they are wanting to access these data, they have to have a permission from the higher ups of the companies and provide a reasonable reason why they want to have these data. Such as there's a crime that is connected with these tech companies. They have to have the permission and explain their means to access these data.
Your eye. That is why we say that we as the government that we want to comply with the tech companies to can have access to this data, right?
Yet we disagree with your solution as we are trying to save our modern life. If you ban all these communication technologies companies, we will slow down our modern dynamic life. So ladies and gentlemen, what these communication tech companies have provided us? The first one, they have facilitated our social interaction. Communication tech companies offer continuous opportunities to connect and interact. With others through our social medias. This on-demand ease of communication that is important for people nowadays to interact among individuals. This growing recognition from technology companies also enabled peer support and an online peer support among individuals referred to as a system of mutual giving and receiving support for connectivity. This is why communication tech companies was built. They are supporting our modern life, and we are trying to keep it. As if they ban it,
we will lose our hope in the future. If these tech companies are banned, we struggle to continue on our regular basis, as because these tech companies have been providing us with a lot of help to ease our modern lives. And education, technology equity, and accessibility. As for students nowadays, we must be able to access these communication technologies, such as Google and WhatsApp. Nowadays, students need to enter their classroom atmosphere or tuition before an online course can hope to succeed. With lack of access to these tech companies, while we prevent the otherwise qualified students from enrolling in class or their online tuitions, as there are a lot of educational platforms that needs to be accessed through Google, such as Venus. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, by banning these communication technology companies, will slow down our modern dynamic life. Now I'm going to restate that data encryption is safe under the company's servers, and their employees cannot freely access these data. If you are worrying, the only thing that can or may access is through illegal black mask hackers. These tech companies have policies to save their data. So there is no reason to ban these tech companies because the government team have been thinking that these technology companies have not been
Miss, by saying no reason to ban this encrypted code, do you mean there is no reason to save people's life?
We are trying to save people's life here. You are assuming that these tech companies are not treating their policies, while we all know that once again, the data are safe under the servers. And with data encryption, where they are safely saved in the servers, once again, it can be very useful for the country. For example, the country they have a problem with what the government team said, terrorism act. This terrorism act can be saved by the data that are available under the company's servers. That's why there's no reasonable reason for them to ban these communication technologies. And if they are really meaning to save people's lives, they also should have provide a better solution for our modern dynamic life. Thank you.
The speaker spoke for 6 minutes and 25 seconds. We will move on to the next speaker from the government team. I'd like to call on the speaker. Let's welcome Mr. Liu.
Panels, realizing that from the beginning of our debate, opposition never told you guys why it is worth it to sacrifice people in dangerous lives to the user's privacy. We believe that this motion is better on our side because we also provide privacy. That is why we from the government side, we are proud to propose. Before moving to my class panels, I have 3 points of rebuttals for the opposition speaker. The first one, panels, they said that if government want to access the data, they have to take permission from the technology company to access the encrypted data itself. That's why panels we believe that we already talked about this at the first time of our debate. We talked about this in our mechanism. That's why we want to make policy and also comply with the technology company so that we can access the encrypted data in case of investigating crime case. The second one, we believe that until the end of our debate today, there was no point that's urgent compared to our points about people's lives. That's why we believe that our point needs to be. The third one, panels, we believe that they also did not bring any exclusive points until this time of the debate. They only talk about privacy that is also happening under outside of the house. That's why we believe that we have the same amount of point if we compare to their points. Moving to my class panels, first one I will talk about privacy versus humanity. Panels here, I will clarify again that here from the government side, we define banning that means eradicating encryption code that cannot be opened by any actors except the technology companies themselves. And also, encrypting under outside of the house means a code that is defined as a security vault that defends the data and also the privacy of the users that using the application and cannot be opened by any actor. Moving to the points, we believe that if the opposition only talk about the privacy from the start and until the end of our debate today, we believe that the point is not exclusive, as privacy also occurs on our point of arguments regarding the danger of communication technologies that has been used by criminal actors right now. That's why we believe that until the end of the debate today, there is no response to our point about the people's endangered life. And also, we believe that if we compare to their points, here we standing as the government side, we are the ones saving people's life. We are the one also helping investigations that are made to investigate criminal case. And also we are the one protecting the victims of crime cases. That is why here we believe that our position as government team with the mechanism that we've talked about before, we have the better position of this debate, and we have provide better solution to solve this problem. And also, until the end of our debate today, there is no response to our points about the risk of terrorism and also criminals that are using WhatsApp right now as communication base. That's why we believe that until the end of the debate, the opposition side cannot guarantee the safety of people's and also yes.
So you said that you're trying to save life by trying to risk the terrorism acts, for example. Then it is those acts are very minor examples, and we are trying to save the majority of our.
Okay, I get your point. Okay, I get your point. You say you are trying to save people's life by saving their privacy and health, but here we believe that it is better to sacrifice privacy so that the investigation regarding to the criminal cases could happen smoothly and better on our side. Moving to coming back to my class panels, we believe that if there is no response from the opposition about our points about the risk of terrorism and also criminals using WhatsApp as communication base, until the end of our debate today, they still cannot guarantee the user or the people that are using the applications lives compared to their point right now. And also, what's our move to this motion? We believe that instead of letting the encryption codes that's slowing down the investigation process that's happening right now, we as government, we would make a policy and also would comply with the technology company so that we can also control the encryption vault. We would also make a new server that is considered safe and also tested safe for the users' privacy, so that every time a case exists or occurs, the encryption data will be used to help the investigation. And also, at the end of my point today, we believe that this motion should be better on our side, and also this privacy sacrificing should be better than risking people's endangered life for the success of the investigation that are happening regarding to the criminal case. As an example that I talked about to you guys before, terrorism, drug dealing, and other cases that are happening. For example, panels according to BBC News, back in 2020, terrorism case has revealed after the investigator opened the Telegram encrypting code. We believe that this is a true proof that if we open the encrypting vault, it should help the investigating regarding to criminal case happen smoothly. And also, if we talk about our mechanism, we believe that the best thing that could happen if we apply our mechanism in real life is the first one. After the new government server is being used as the server that is having the encrypting code, we believe that all the investigating and also all the recognizing of actors behind a criminal case should be smooth as the government controls the encrypting vault whenever there is a case occurring or existing on the public's life. And also we believe that this sure will save lives of the incoming victims of crimes that are going to be in danger. But the worst case scenario that will happen is, not like the old system, now the data of users can be checked by government and also investigators. But still we believe that they will only check the data if any case or threat is happening, so that it's not that bad, right? We believe that this motion is better on our side, and still until the end of the day, we as the government side, we are proud to propose. Thank you.
We'll move on to the next speaker. I would like to call Mr. Vargas as the third speaker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm as the third speaker from the opposition. Will summarize the argument from the motion today that this house not ban all the communication technology companies such as Google, Facebook, WhatsApp, etc. for the accurate encrypting the user data and putting their content on their communication such a way that the company cannot revive the data even under roll order. So moving back to our first argument from our first speaker, have a delivery for you, and my second speaker have delivery. It's about the business and content of the points about the great sources of information. So moving back, first is about the business. What the business impact for the data? If we see that we know that business became of the account people in the data itself regarding the news is on the 74 to 18% people using this communication technology. Example, when you searching a product in Google, looking for in Google, you may just see the product without the price, but when you go to the Instagram or Facebook or etc. Communication technology, they can show you the feature with the price on the products. A feature are not just see the image, but also the price that can help customers to find what they want to find, and also help the sellers to promote the products, and they get the attention from the customer. The customer may even know the products available, and this will have a huge impact on stopping our small business startup as the lack space to promote their products. And second is about the content for the great sources of information. Communication technology companies, social media, you have probably heard the stories about the technology communication. Raising millions of the dollars for charity, even at more basic level, it's being used by the country parents and grandparents to keep track of their children and grandchildren as the traveling of the health college. Currents the help in the advertisement and current every online such technology companies. Polls are helping written families support in the rush and advocate from the food, waters, and send to the help where is the need. Pictures of missing family members have been shared and repeated on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, leading to brilliance and in the same case the same news that have lowered on deep surface the user news report, Twitter user the platform to tell the ratio and find the victim. So what they pay from the data? When you post the posting in Instagram, you're using the account. So the account needs you to have to fulfill the rules. Like you have to agree with the company's permission. Like you have to agree with the security. So when you're using a social media communication technology such as WhatsApp, when you using the daily the data from your WhatsApp will back up for your account. So that's why it's sensitive for you, not only for you, but the people, the public can see your data because you have the privacy account and you have to make the password to privacy your data account. So that's why we disagree with your opinion about the we don't really include everything about the data saving for the people using this communication technology content. And moreover, you tell about moreover our data is not have to saving the logs of the user is ban people the big part of their life. We already told you about the solution. Moreover, data is the only can see by the server itself, and the company will not share it because the employees don't have their data and if under about the content. So we have the solution step by step. My first speaker has totally explained the whole solution step by step how to provide saving your data information. The solution is will enable users to able to hide their data. They have to explore by the new feature that will apply on each settings of communication technologies. The name of the future data is Torch. This feature will be able to store available on the under device setting. The state can features. The first is go to settings of the settings that you want to use the features. It's an edge management. You can turn off the feature and you don't want your data to be recognized by the company. So that's why when you're using this, you go to settings and you provide your data information. Your data will not, people in public will not see your data because you have to provide, you have to include saving your data option on the setting. So that's why we as the opposition teams disagree for you information that we say that our solution is not complete the data the company data even under the road orders. That's all.
And for the third speaker saying that they're the one who pay attention to human life, and they keep saying about saving privacy, but they can guarantee how this long lasts on our life. And also, they want to sacrifice the majority of people's struggle and focus on the minor activity or actions that are actually can be solved without begging these companies. But their solutions is not entering our struggle to provide an alternative for the technology companies, while they just provide new server. And this case, on each settings of technological communications. The name of the feature is data touch, and this feature will be applied in all of the devices that can use by technological. And the step we already provided in my first argument, you can go to settings of the communication technological that you want to use, and the features is in the application management, and you can turn off or turn on the feature if you don't want to be recognized by the company. And from all of my argument about how this technological communication impact in business, in social interaction, and also in education, and we give you the solution that I surely know that all of you can understand what the step to activate these features. And we, from all our arguments, we strongly believe that we as the opposition team have the upper hand to win this debate of the motions today. This House will not ban all communication technology companies such as Google, Facebook, WhatsApp, and etc. from encrypting their user data, including the content of their communications, in such a way that the company cannot retrieve the data even under a road order. That's all from my team. Thank you.
For 3 minutes and 21 seconds. We'll move on to the last part of this debating. Call Mr. Alpha, Mr. Vice Speaker from the
Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panel, 5 opposition told you that they have majority, right? But that is not the main burden that 5 opposition have to prove. The main burden that they need to prove, that is why current status quo is better to have investigation, to have a judge investigation in a court, right? And furthermore, under their side of the house, side opposition cannot win because they never told you that A, why it is worth it to indirectly kill other people because they want to protect, indirectly kill other peoples to protect other people's privacy, right? And even though we already stated that we still protect the privacy, right? And B, why the investigation will be better under side opposition if they are not allowed the judge to get evidence, right? And also, regarding our statement or argument about data encryption, check your notes, fellas. There is no response at all from the beginning of this debate until the end of this debate that came from side opposition, right? I have 3 points of class in this debate, and all of that we win. First of all, which side protect marginalized community? Second of all, which side protect the privacy? And third of all, which side make good change in the current stage school, right? Going to the first point of class, which side protect marginalized community? Look, under their side of the house, they never told you how they want to protect the marginalized community. In this case, that is the victim, right? For example, what's the comparative for the victim, for example, right? What's the comparative under our side of the house? Under our side of the house, we are the one who protect the victim because the moment we want to make new server as a government, because we realize that is the responsibility. That is our responsibility as a government to protect our society, right? That means the judge can access the data and it will make them easier to do investigation, right? It shows you that we are the one who protect victims in the court. In conclusion, we are the one side that protect the marginalized community. Second of all, which side protect privacy, right? Look, under their side of the house, there is no argument about how they want to protect the user's data at the same time that they want to protect the victims, right? They want to protect the victims in court, right? In comparison to under our side of the house, we as the government, we still protect users' privacy. Not just users protect users' privacy, but we are the one that make investigation easier and also protect the victim. In conclusion, proposition is the one side that protect the privacy, right? Third of all, which side make good change in the current status quo, right? They told you that they don't want to ban the current system of encryption, right? And then they say that they want to protect and then they say that they are the one side who protect the majority, right? We see these 2 points can connect with each other. That it shows you exactly they already destroy their destroy all of their policies, right? Compared to under our side of the house, the good change will be better under our side of the house. Because of what? Because we are the one who make new server. Like my first speaker told you in the mechanism, that is we as the government, we want to make a new server that is so the government can access, and it will make the court easier to do an investigation, right? And regarding our argument about the investigation in the court, there is no response and engagement at all that came from the side opposition from the beginning till the end of this debate, right? In conclusion, we are the one who make good change. We are the one who make good change of the current status quo, and we are really proud of it and so proud to propose. Thank you.
For 3 minutes and 54 seconds. We've come to the end of the debate. Now I'd like to give the time and opportunity for judges to give the feedback.
Thank you very much for me, and that was a very good debate. Now I'd like to focus on the matter, on me, and maybe the rest of the debaters will also talk about matters. So first, for the government side of the house, you have a lot of improvements, and you provide the mechanism, how the mechanism going on, the policy and everything, and also you maintain the security and also the trust. I think in order the job of the companies becomes the role of the government. And it's good that you come up with the idea about the terrorists, because actually the spirit of the motion here is about cyber criminals and cyber securities and the things related to that. So that's why if you look at the motion carefully, it's not only talking about the communication technology company, but also how the criminals they face in the court and how the government contributes to that. And so you have a lot of excellent arguments there, and you also came up with how things going on in the court and how then the mechanism contributes to that. However, you need to provide the details on how to protect the data of the consumers, to also figure the companies, how the companies run their business. Let's go to the opposite side of the house. You have two main important things. Excellent. It's about giving the privacy of the users, and also you mentioned about to maintain the users. Yeah, and it's good that actually you mentioned about it's going to take a lot of time, a lot of effort to build the system from the government side of the house. However, unfortunately, it comes too late at the end, as brought up by the vice speaker. I think it should be better to bring up by the person or the second speaker. And you mentioned about the business verification social interactions. Yes, they are useful and it's good for the users and also the communication companies. However, somehow it's not really relevant to the debate, because it's not about how they sell the products and everything, and how they educate the people and how they interact with the social media, but it's more on about the security of the data and how it would happen in the court. So I guess that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sydney. Okay, so once again for this round, I would like also to congratulate each one of you for being here. Okay, so no doubt for the debate techniques that you used to run this debate, you're more than your best running this debate. So I will only add some points, just like relating it on method. Okay, so that's true that you understand the motions, but if I may say that you didn't, one of the team misread the motion. So we are not talking
Well, what a debate we're having today. I hope that we all learn from each other's. And, well, I guess that's all for the debate today. We'll see you on the next program. Thank you.
Baik, mohon perhatian Bapak Ibu, anak-anak sekalian yang terhormat. Beberapa saat lagi kita akan ada dalam acara penutupan, dan dengan rendah hati saya mengundang Bapak Ibu kepala sekolah yang hadir untuk mengambil tempat di bagian depan. Sekali lagi, pada Bapak Ibu kepala sekolah, guru-guru pendamping, panitia yang bekerja, dimohon untuk dapat mengambil tempat bagian depan bersama dengan para dewan juri. Sekali lagi saya mengundang Bapak Ibu dewan juri, Bapak Ibu kepala sekolah, guru-guru pendamping dapat mengambil tempat di bagian depan.
Mia, kami ya, habis palu jam 5 mana? Dia mau tanya guru-guru yang ada kok mau serahkan hadiah. Dia kenal, mau bilang dia sebut versi.
Sekali lagi saya mengundang Bapak Ibu guru yang mungkin masih duduk di bagian belakang. Mari kita ambil tempat sama-sama di depan karena ini tempatnya masih kosong Bapak Ibu. Bersama dengan Bapak Ibu dewan juri yang ada bisa mengambil tempat di depan. Baik, kita akan segera mulai acara kita siang hari ini. Shalom, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salve, salam kebajikan. Bapak Ibu MKKS, pengurus MKKS, Bapak Ibu kepala sekolah yang hadir, para guru pendamping yang juga masih setia, anak-anak yang kami cintai. Kita bersyukur dalam waktu 3 hari kita telah melaksanakan berbagai acara lomba, paduan suara, solo, debat bahasa Inggris, debat bahasa Indonesia, dan senam kesegaran jasmani. Dan saat ini kita sampai di penghujung acara kita, dan kita akan segera mulai dengan acara penutupan kita. Untuk itu kita akan awali acara ini dengan menyanyikan bersama lagu Indonesia Raya dan dilanjutkan dengan Mars Restorasi. Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadikan ibuku. Indonesia, bangsaku, bangsa dan tanah air, melati bangsa. Indonesia bersatu. Indonesia Hadirin dipersilakan duduk kembali. Selanjutnya sambutan Ketua MKKS yang akan diwakili oleh Sekretaris 2 sekaligus sebagai Ketua Panitia pada Bapak Dr. Andus, dan boleh kami silakan. Video unsur. Dia terus merangkap Dewan Suri, merangkap MC.
Salam, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Kamu yang ambil kursi satu.
Rahayu. Yang kami hormati para dinas, PT Kepala Dinas Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Provinsi NTT, yang kami hormati Ketua MKKS yang dalam hal ini diwakili oleh beberapa anggota MKKS, ada bendahara dan saya sebagai Sekretaris 2. Yang kami hormati Bapak Ibu Kepala SMA, MA, Kepala SMA, SMK, MK, Sekota Kupang. Yang kami hormati
SMA, MA, Madrasah atau SMK,
para pendamping,
MK,
siswa. Yang kami hormati Bapak Ibu Guru, dan juga yang kami hormati para dewan juri, dan yang kami kasihi dan kami banggakan para siswa peserta lomba paduan suara Lomba, debat bahasa Inggris, debat bahasa Indonesia, juga lomba bahasa secara Islami dalam rangka Hari Pendidikan Nasional tingkat SMA, MA, SMK, Sekota Kupang. Kita menuntut seluruh pada Tuhan, oleh karena pimpinan dan penyertaannya, maka lomba dalam rangka Harnas yang dilaksanakan selama 3 hari ini bisa berlangsung dengan baik, dan itu semata-mata oleh karena kasih Tuhan. Adapun tujuan daripada kegiatan ini, sebagaimana telah dilaporkan kepada kita, agar memotivasi para peserta didik untuk ikut serta dalam memeriahkan Hari Pendidikan Nasional. Kemudian yang kedua, untuk bahasa nasionalisme. Yang ketiga, menjaga kompetisi dan siswa. Dan kemampuan para siswa di bidang ilmu pengetahuan, seni musik dan olahraga. Dan yang kelima, menambah wawasan dan pengalaman belajar siswa. Dari tujuan tersebut tentu semua, baik itu Bapak Ibu guru pendamping maupun para peserta lomba, telah berupaya untuk belajar dan belajar sehingga kegiatan pada hari ini bisa berlangsung dengan baik. Oleh karena itu, pada kesempatan ini saya atas nama Ketua MKS menyampaikan ribuan terima kasih kepada semua yang telah terlibat. Yang pertama tentu kami menyampaikan terima kasih kepada Ibu PT Kepala Dinas Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur yang diwakili oleh Bapak Kabid Dikmen Dinas Pendidikan Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur yang telah membuka kegiatan ini dengan resmi pada tanggal 10 Mei 2022 yang lalu. Terima kasih dan penghargaan bersama kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Kepala SMA, MA, Kepala SMA, SMK yang juga turut mendukung, di mana telah mengirimkan kontingen peserta lomba yang berlomba selama 3 hari. Terima kasih juga kepada para pendamping yang juga mendampingi para peserta lomba yang berlomba dalam kegiatan ini, dan yang kami banggakan para siswa yang luar biasa telah mengikuti lomba ini dengan penuh semangat dan antusias. Kiranya Tuhan berkati anak-anak kita dan mereka menjadi orang-orang yang luar biasa ke depan. Untuk itu mari kita tepuk tangan untuk anak-anak yang luar biasa. Pada kesempatan ini juga kami menyampaikan terima kasih kepada tuan rumah Kepala SMA 3 bersama jajarannya yang sejak dari awal perlombaan ini telah mendukung kami. Memang Bapak Kepala SMA Negeri di Kupang ini dalam susunan kepanitiaan adalah seksi perlengkapan dan dokumentasi, sehingga luar biasa kegiatan ini bisa berlangsung dengan baik karena dukungan dari Bapak Kepala Sekolah bersama semua yang telah terlibat di dalamnya, termasuk di dalamnya penjaga dan juga cleaning service. Kiranya Tuhan berkati Bapak Kepala Sekolah bersama semua jajaran yang ada di sini. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, sebentar ini kita akan mendengar juara. Panitia telah menetapkan juara lomba ini, juara 1 sampai dengan 6. Dan peserta lomba akan memperoleh selain piala juga sejumlah uang. Tetapi kami berharap, jadi saya juga yang mewakili tapi juga panitia berharap tidak melihat jumlah yang diterima, tetapi ini merupakan suatu motivasi penghargaan walaupun kecil, tetapi kita bisa menerima itu sebagai berkat dan kita terima dengan penuh sukacita. Kami juga sampaikan juga dari panitia bahwa sertifikat itu akan diserahkan pada saat kami para kepala sekolah rapat KKS. Ya, saat ini sertifikat baru bisa dibagikan pada para juara karena memang kami panitia sampai saat ini belum menerima atau belum tahu siapa yang menjadi juaranya. Nanti para dewan juri akan mengumumkan hasil pada hari ini. Kemudian yang berikut, kami nanti masih berkoordinasi dengan pihak dinas. Yang juara 1 kemungkinan besar akan mengisi acara di upacara bendera dalam rangka Hari Dinas di tingkat Dinas Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Jadi nanti kami akan sampaikan melalui grup MKS. Nanti setelah ini kita akan berkoordinasi lagi. Kebetulan Ibu Yana juga terlibat sebagai seksi acara di sana. Nanti sebentar informasi lebih lanjut yang akan kami sampaikan. Yang terakhir, izin Bapak Ibu, saudara-saudara semua, saya atas nama Ketua KS SMA SMK Kota Kupang dengan ini yang memanjatkan doa dan syukur pada Tuhan. Dengan ini saya menutup kegiatan lomba paduan suara, solo vokal, debat bahasa Inggris, debat bahasa, dan lomba senam kesegaran jasmani dalam rangka Hari Pendidikan Nasional tingkat SMA SMK Kota Kupang tahun 2022 dengan resmi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Om Santi 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 Om. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Rahayu.
Demikian sambutan Ketua Panitia sekaligus mewakili MKKS SMA MA Kota Kupang. Baik Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia, selanjutnya kita akan sampai pada acara yang kita tunggu-tunggu bersama, yaitu pembacaan hasil keputusan Dewan Juri. Untuk itu, karena ada beberapa Dewan Juri yang tidak hadir bersama-sama dengan kita akan dengarkan terlebih dahulu keputusan Dewan Juri Lomba Debat Bahasa Inggris. Kepada Dewan Juri kami silahkan untuk membacakan hasil keputusan. Berdiri satu berpenyerahan. Berpenyerahan.
Nah, apa yang kita lakukan hari ini, saya akan
Dewan Surya.
Tetapi seberapa banyak bisa dan seribu kali Anda sadar yang mau bangkit dan mau mencoba untuk kali ke 1001, itu yang benar-benar siap di masa depan. Tetap percaya bahwa kita adalah manusia-manusia berjiwa besar. Kita adalah orang baik, kita mau semua berjalan dengan baik ke depannya sehingga kita menjadi orang yang berkualitas untuk bangsa dan negara. Oke, untuk selanjutnya tadi kita masuk pada bagian yang paling penting, yaitu pengumuman. Oke, karena kami beritahu oleh panitia bahwa akan ada 6 juara untuk setiap nama lomba. Jadi kami akan bacakan 6 juara juga dari urutan ke-6 hingga masuk ke urutan pertama. Dan kami berharap bahwa paling tidak dari setiap sekolah yang mendapatkan gelar juara mulai dari juara 6 sampai 1 ada paling tidak 1 orang perwakilan untuk mungkin menerima hadiah atau mendapatkan ya, sudah siap? Sudah siap ya? Mari kita mulai dengan urutan ke-6. Ya, urutan ke-6 dengan jumlah nilai 716 diraih oleh SMA Mercusuar.
Silakan langsung bisa maju perwakilan siswanya, boleh langsung juara 6 dari mercusuar, silakan. Mari, ada langsung saya. Oke, siap. Langsung di podium ya, di atas panggung. Dekat mimbar ya saya. Itu mau buka jaket. Oh iya, buka selesai. Biar fotonya bagus.
Ini pada juara
Sonde sayang. Oh, ini debat.
diraih oleh SMA Citra Bangsa.
Citra Bangsa, silakan langsung maju. Boleh duduk nantinya ya. Oke, baik.
Sekarang langsung dari lagi. Oke, kita masuk pada juara keempat. Dengan total nilai 736 diraih oleh SMAK Kiopan.
Silakan, mari Giovanni juara 4. Mari, boleh berdua. Oh ya, ini Giovanni ya.
Selanjutnya kita masuk ke usaha. Urutan ketiga. Dengan jumlah nilai 756 diraih oleh SMA Bian Harap. Oke, kita masuk ke nomor kedua atau juara 2. Dengan total nilai 765 diraih oleh SMA Negeri SMA Negeri 3.
Iya, SMA Negeri 3 Kupang. Lanjut dengan demikian.
Yang menjadi juara satu dengan nomor dengan jumlah nilai 798.
Bapak Ibu pendamping nih, tolong tenang, harap tenang. Ya, ini apresiasi dewan juri, apresiasi dewan juri. Sama di sini sayang, paling ujung sini, ya boleh di situ.
Selanjutnya yang kedua, urutan kedua atau best speaker kedua, Nona Ervania. Dan best speaker pertama, Takayong Philip.
Epifania ada? Oh sudah, oke.
Secara umum, gambaran umumnya dosen adalah bagaimana cara mereka menyampaikan pendapat, bagaimana juga manner mereka, atau tata cara mereka ketika mereka menyampaikan pendapat, kejelasan argumennya mereka berikan seperti apa, apakah berisi atau tidak, bagaimana cara mereka meyakinkan dewan juri bahwa apa yang mereka sampaikan itu patut untuk dipertahankan, dan cara berkomunikasinya juga jelas untuk mereka. Ini demikian sekilas dari alasan mengapa kami perlu menyampaikan ke speaker juga, karena sedikit banyak kami juga harus mengapresiasi usaha adik-adik kita yang sudah melakukan tugasnya sebagai guru. Saya rasa sekian semua dari kami. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih juga pada dewan juri yang sudah bekerja keras kurang lebih 3 hari ini. Ya, duduk sampai pinggang agak lemas-lemas ya. Dan ini luar biasa, terima kasih sekali. Dan sebagai penghargaan bagi mereka dengan hormat, saya mengundang Ibu Bendahara MKKS dan juga selaku Kepala Sekolah SMA Negeri 1 untuk dapat menyerahkan hadiah-hadiah kepada juara Lomba Debat Bahasa Inggris. Ya, juara 1 akan mendapatkan trofi piala, ya, dan juga uang tunai, dan juga nanti akan ada sertifikat untuk setiap peserta. Bisa langsung panitia ada kok hadiah, trofinya langsung di. Iya. Juara 1. Sebentar. Iya. Lanjut. Ulang lagi ya. Iya. Lanjut juara 2, juga trofi, uang tunai, dan nanti sertifikatnya menyusul ya. Iya, terima kasih. Juara 3, lanjut Mama. Juara 3 trofi dan uang tunai serta sertifikat. Iya. Lanjut juara 4 berupa uang tunai dan nanti sertifikatnya. Juara 5 juga uang tunai dan sertifikat. Dan juara 6 mendapatkan ya, terima kasih, bisa maju ke depan, kita foto bersama dengan Ibu. Oh iya, oke, ini janji dari pengurus MKKS, 3 orang yang mendapat debat apa yang kurang tahu. Ya, akan mendapat sertifikat nanti dari MKKS, nanti akan dikirim. Oke, maju bersama saya, maju saja, maju sama-sama, ambil bagian foto. Iya. Rapat lagi biar gambarnya lebih. Iya. Boleh, Bapak Ketua, Bapak Bendahara, maju. Pak Seth mana Pak Seth? Mari langsung maju. Bapak Seth masih. Literasi ya, bukan terasi. Kalau terasi tangan terbalik. Ada yang begini, nah ini T ini L. Iya, terima kasih. Kita tepuk tangan untuk sang juara. Nama-nama ini belum dikasih ya. Selanjutnya Bapak Ibu, hadirin yang kami hormati, karena dewan jurinya yang lain tidak hadir, saya sudah mendapatkan hasil keputusan dewan juri. Mohon maaf, ini hasilnya baru diberikan, jadi ada yang dalam berbentuk sudah dalam bentuk amplop, tapi ada yang terbuka, jadi saya sulit tadi Bapak Ibu. Minta maaf, tapi baru saya yang lihat ya, jadi jangan takut, hasilnya tetap sah. Saya bantu membacakan saja ya, saya tidak tahu bagaimana penilaiannya, tapi yang jelas saya akan bantu membacakan buat kita semua ya. Ibunya tolong. Okay. Iya. Selanjutnya hasil keputusan dewan juri lomba paduan suara dalam rangka Hari Pendidikan Nasional tingkat SMA MA Kota Kupang tanggal 10 Mei 2022. Ini ada hasilnya, tidak ada nama sekolah, hanya ada nomor undian dan jumlah nilai. Mudah-mudahan teman-teman yang paduan suara masih ingat nomor undiannya ya. Jangan maju kalau bukan nomornya ya. Oke, saya bacakan dari juara 6. Juara 6 dengan jumlah nilai 1270 jatuh pada nomor undian 06. Apa?
Seminari Santo Rafael.
Atas nama sekolah Seminari Santo Rafael. jatuh pada nomor undian 08. Atas nama SMA Negeri 1 Kupang. Lanjut, juara keempat dengan jumlah nilai 1390 jatuh pada nomor undian 01. SMA Kristen Mercusuar Kupang. Selanjutnya, juara ketiga dengan jumlah nilai 1420 jatuh pada nomor undian 05. SMA Katolik Giovanni Kupang. Lanjut, langsung maju ya. Berikutnya juara kedua dengan jumlah nilai 1674 jatuh pada nomor undian 13. SMA Negeri 5 Kupang. Dan yang terakhir, juara satu dengan jumlah nilai 1700 jatuh pada peserta dengan nomor undian 15. Ya, demikian hasil dari juri dan keputusan yang juri tidak dapat diganti-gugat. Untuk itu penyerahan trofi dan hadiah bagi peserta lomba paduan suara. Dengan hormat kami mengundang Bapak Kepala Sekolah SMA 3 untuk berkenan menyerahkan hadiah-hadiah kepada peserta lomba yang mendapat juara pada siang hari ini. Sayang, Bapak, Pak Hendrik. SKJ di mana? Di Bahasa. SMA 5 ada? Oh ya. Ada SMA 5 perwakilan gurunya mungkin ada? Tidak ada, siswanya juga tidak ada. Disimpan saja hadiahnya, nanti Bapak Ketua Panitia antar. Iya, oke. Foto bersama dulu kalau Bapak Kepsen. Maju ke depan sedikit, maju, bukan ke samping, ke depan, ya. Iya. Sebentar. Ibu Bendahara maju toh? Mama Kepsen? Mama Marcelina? Maju juga supaya di pengurus ada tanda bahwa sudah menyerahkan hadiah, Bu. Oh, sama. Namanya tulis paduan suara saja satu. Sana ada nama sekolah. Kau mau baru baca nama tulis ke mana? Oke. Baik, Bapak Ibu, selanjutnya kita akan membuka amplop rekapitulasi nilai keputusan Dewan Juri Lomba Debat Bahasa Indonesia ya. Selanjutnya mohon perhatian anak-anak, tenang dulu, kita akan dengarkan hasil berikut ini. Keputusan Dewan Juri Lomba Debat Bahasa Indonesia dalam rangka Hardiknas tahun 2020. Juara ke-6 dengan total nilai 739 jatuh pada peserta atas nama SMA Citra Bangsa KUPANG. Langsung maju ya perwakilannya. Juara kelima dengan jumlah nilai 740 jatuh pada SMA Negeri 7 Kupang. Juara keempat langsung maju ya perwakilan, kalau tidak ada Bapak Kepsen maju. Oh ada. SMA 7, Bapak SMA berapa? SMA 7 ya. Perwakilan SMA 7 ada? Maksudnya kalau tidak ada Bapak Kepsennya maju. Oh. Oke, oh ada Ibu. Lanjut. Juara keempat dengan total nilai 741 jatuh pada SMA Negeri 1 Kupang. Juara ketiga, silakan maju perwakilannya SMA 1. Juara ketiga dengan jumlah nilai 742 jatuh pada SMA Negeri 6 Kupang. Perwakilan tidak ada, Bapak Kepsen boleh maju. Juara kedua dengan jumlah nilai 746 jatuh pada SMA 1 Arnoldus Jackson. Ada perwakilannya? Pikir Ibu mau mana? Iya. Dan selanjutnya juara pertama dengan jumlah nilai 753 jatuh pada peserta atas nama SMA Semifinal. Iya, dengan demikian kami mendahului Bapak Kepala Sekolah SMA Negeri 7 Lomba untuk menyerahkan hadiah-hadiah kepada peserta. Biar saya. Debat Bahasa Indonesia, ya. Juara 1 dari ujung sini, Bapak ya. Mana SKJ kan?
Orang yang punya mobil plat nomor ini apa geser mobilnya ada yang keluar.
Mohon perhatian untuk pemilik mobil dengan nomor polisi 1071 AN bisa menggeser sedikit ke bagian tertentu mobilnya karena ada mobil lain yang melewat. Silakan pada pemilik nomor polisi 1071 AN. Biasa. SKJ tadi mana? Oh ya Pak, baca. Kok tadi itu Dewan Juri ada? Iya. Silakan Bapak Ibu pengurus juga bisa naik kembali untuk ambil gambar. Bapak Kersek SMA 3 bisa sama-sama ambil gambar. Mama naik kembali untuk ambil gambar. Ini untuk laporan, jadi supaya semua pengurus, semua item perlombaan pengurus ada. Silakan Bapak. Bersiap-siap, kita akan dengarkan lomba senam kesegaran jasmani. Senam kesegaran jasmani. Terima kasih. Ini tadi Dewan Jurinya ada, tapi minta tolong saya untuk baca ya. Jadi saya hanya baca saja. Lampiran keputusan Dewan Juri Lomba SKJ Pelajar 2022 ya, antar siswa SMA SMK Sekota Kupang dalam rangka Hardiknas tahun 2022. Juara 6 dengan jumlah nilai 876 jatuh pada peserta dengan nomor undian 28 atas nama Sekolah SMA Citra Bahasa. Silakan langsung maju pendampingnya. Iya, ini pendamping luar biasa. Bapak hebat, Bapak dari tadi maju. Berarti Bapak dari tadi juara semua item. Lanjut juara kelima 800, total nilai 887 dengan nomor undian 19 atas nama SMA Negeri 3 Kota. Selanjutnya juara 4 dengan total nilai 891 dengan nomor undian 29 jatuh pada Dan selanjutnya juara 1 dengan total nilai 1101,5 nomor undian 14 silakan maju dengan hormat saya Bapak dan Ibu menyerahkan hadiahnya pada peserta-peserta yang juara untuk lomba SKJ. Ya. Yang tidak ada disisihkan saja hadiahnya ya. Jangan. Ah. Pada suara. Pak, ini siapa yang ambil di sini? Lomba solo? Tidak ada. Yang ketiga, di sini siapa yang ambil? Hai, Pak Lejo. Solo. Dilanjutkan kasih yang ini yang ketiga. Iya, saya undang lagi Ibu Kepsek, Bapak Kepsek SMA 3, SMA 7, silakan maju ke depan untuk ambil gambar. Mungkin ada Bapak Ibu kepala sekolah yang lain yang hadir, mohon bisa maju. Saya minta maaf saya tidak kenal Kepsek. Pak Poli, ada Kepsek siapa yang lain ada? Kepsek siapa yang ada di sini? Biar ada atur bendahara. Ini yang terakhir Pak Solo Pak. Iya. Bersiap-siap untuk kita akan dengarkan hasil lomba solo. SMK 6, SMA 6, SMA 6. Pak Hendrik. Oke, baik Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, kita akan dengarkan hasil lomba solo. Saya bacakan ini berita acara ya. Berita acara penilaian ajang lomba solo vokal dalam rangka Hardiknas antar MKKS SMA MAC Kota Kupang tahun 2022, bahwa pada hari ini Selasa tanggal 10 bulan Mei tahun 2022 telah diselenggarakan penjurian lomba solo vokal tingkat MKKS SMA Kota Kupang yang diikuti oleh 25 peserta bertempat di Aula SMA Negeri 3 Kupang dimulai sejak pukul 10 hingga pukul 17.00 dengan dewan juri 1 Bapak Philip Siala, 2 Bapak Pascal Romilamu, dan yang ketiga Bapak Agustinus Bedama. Dengan ini memutuskan sebagai juara adalah, saya akan bacakan dari juara ke-6. Juara ke-6 dengan jumlah nilai 415 jatuh pada nomor undian 08 SMA Mercusuai Kupang. Silakan maju. Juri K. Geno. Iya. Juara ke-5 dengan jumlah nilai 415 dengan jumlah nilai 520 jatuh pada nomor unggulan 11 SMA Kian Harapan dan juara 1 dengan jumlah nilai 540 peserta dengan nomor unggulan peserta dengan nomor unggulan 12 SMA Kristen Tunas Gloria Kota. Silakan perwakilannya boleh maju. Saya mengundang dengan hormat Bapak Kapten SMA Negeri 6 Kupang untuk menyerahkan hadiah kepada para sang juara. Mari Kak, perwakilan Tunas Gloria. Oke, silakan. Yang kurang SMA 5 ya. Kakak. Pada para peserta, kita berharap tetap stay di tempat dulu. Kita akan doa bersama sebelum kita kembali ke tempat kita masing-masing. Silakan kepada Bapak Ibu dan KKS yang ada, Bapak Kepala Sekolah, Ibu Kepala Sekolah, untuk nanti kita akan ambil gambar bersama dengan peserta juara khusus lintas sekolah. Saya mengundang Dewan Juri yang masih ada, mungkin juri debat bahasa Inggris, bahasa Indonesia, SKJ yang ada, bisa maju ke depan. Mari Bapak Ibu Kepala Sekolah bisa langsung ambil gambar. Untuk foto bersama Bapak Kapten SMA 3, SMA 7, SMA 7. Silakan kita ambil gambar bersama. Sedikit maju ke depan. Ya, ke depan lagi sayang. Oke. Ya. Baik, Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia, di penghujung acara kita siang hari ini kami ucapkan terima kasih untuk setiap perhatian setiap guru pendamping yang telah mendampingi para siswa, juara tidak juara, kalian semua luar biasa. Akan menjadi anak yang hebat, menjadi orang-orang yang penting di mata bangsa ini, bahkan di mata Tuhan. Terima kasih untuk semua prestasi yang ada. Tuhan memberkati masa depan. Kita akan tutup acara ini dengan doa bersama sebelum kita kembali ke tempat kita masing-masing. Terima kasih. Kita akan doa bersama dan dengan hormat saya mengundang Ibu Ana dari SMA Negeri 1 Kupang untuk memimpin kita dalam doa. Mama pidi mimbar ya? Mama pidi mimbar. Kakak ini kakak.
Baik Bapak Ibu serta anak-anakku yang saya kasihi, kita harus sikap tenang karena kita akan mengucap syukur atas semua yang Tuhan buat bagi insan-insan pendidikan pada saat ini. Baik, saya akan memimpin doa ini dengan keyakinan saya Kristen Protestan dan yang lain menyesuaikan. Mari kita berdoa. Sungguh Tuhan, kami menikmati kasih Tuhan sepanjang hidup kami. Sebagai anak-anak bangsa yang Tuhan pilih untuk berkarya di lembaga pendidikan, tak terasa waktu berjalan begitu cepat. 3 hari sudah kebersamaan kami ada di SMA 3 dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pendidikan Nasional. Banyak mata lomba yang telah dilombakan dan hasilnya sudah diumumkan. Tapi apapun juaranya Tuhan, satu hal yang kami tahu, bahwa anak-anak kami adalah sang juara. Dan semua itu untuk hormat dan kemuliaan nama Tuhan. yang telah berlelah-lelah, bahkan guru pendamping, Bapak Ibu Kepala Sekolah yang tergabung dalam KKS, bahkan semua yang terlibat. Tuhan tetap memberkati mereka karena lelah mereka sungguh luar biasa. Terima kasih Tuhan. Dengan adanya lomba-lomba ini, mempereratkan silaturahmi kami sebagai anak-anak bangsa yang bergelut dalam dunia pendidikan. Terima kasih karena Tuhan pertemukan kami dengan anak-anak terbaik yang ada di kota ini. Mereka akan menjadi pemimpin-pemimpin bangsa ini. Oleh karena itu Tuhan tetap memberkati hidup dan kehidupan mereka. Terpujilah nama Tuhan. Tiba saatnya kami akan berpisah satu dengan yang lain. Tuhan jaga lindungi kami, jauhkan kami daripada roh kecelakaan, roh atau apapun juga. Dan Tuhan tetap memberkati keluarga besar SMA 3 yang telah memberi diri, waktu dan tempat untuk kami ada bersama-sama di sini. Terpujilah nama Tuhan kekal selama-lamanya. Di dalam nama Tuhan kami Yesus Kristus yang adalah Tuhan dan Juru Selamat kami berdoa kepada Bapa di surga. Amin. Shalom, Tuhan Yesus memberkati.
Amin. Shalom. Terima kasih Mama Ana Hajo. Mungkin semua yang memegang hadiah kita bisa ambil gambar satu kali di depan dengan seluruh Bapak Ibu Kepala Sekolah yang ada kok. Mari silakan sayang, anak-anak semua yang pegang trofi bahkan hadiah, silakan bisa ambil gambar depan satu kali dengan seluruh pengurus yang ada. Mari sayang. SMA 1 silakan, SMA Bian Harapan mercusuar. Silakan SMA 3 maju ke depan sini sayang. Kita ambil gambar bersama, mari. Mari semua di depan. Sini sayang. Kak dong di depan, Kak dong yang pegang piala di atas panggung, Bapak Ibu guru di sini. Bapak Ibu guru pendamping bisa langsung semua maju ke depan. Mama Kepset mari, Bapak di bawah sini. SMA 6. Bapak Kepset SMA 3 mari. SMA 7 mari kita di depan sini. Anak-anak yang pegang trofi di belakang